Fox Sports.
We are Black Horse. We are South.
On a warm, muggy Sunday afternoon, there's plenty of change of foot for the Braves as they hope to change their luck against the Nationals and on this homestand. The Braves have yet to win on the homestand, and they hope to avoid a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Nationals. Speaking of change, no Freddie Freeman in the starting lineup. Nick Markakis will make his 5th career start for Atlanta at first base today. Nick Markakis taking some ground balls before the game, a position he has played briefly before in the big leagues. And, of course, Daniel Murphy leading the National League in hitting with a .348 average, also first in slugging and total bases, as the red-hot Washington Nationals meet the Braves in Game 4 here at Turner Field.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Hyundai Sunday on Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealer.
field in Gwinnett when he was there.
Yeah, he played 10 games in center field, did a good job. So Jace, as you know, a terrific athlete. We'll see how he handles center. The Braves want to give Ender Inciarte a day off. You know, he's had hamstring problems early in the season, and we'd love to see him fresh and frisky against the Arizona Diamondbacks beginning the road trip tomorrow evening. So
well,
Joel De La Cruz gets set to go for the Braves today.
That and Dansby Swanson at the top of the order today, too.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch.
Advance, and it'll be fun to watch. Yeah, for Joel, as a starter, 0-5. He's 0-6 for the year, but a good ERA, 3.73. And his last start against Minnesota, he only gave up 1 run, but that was in the first inning. And he left trailing 1-0 and took the loss as the Twins won the game 4-2. 27 years old, 6'1", 250 out of the Dominican Republic. His 4 keys to pitching success today, that first inning movement. He walked 2 guys in the game, and they both were in the first inning. And if you recall, AJ was catching him and were having a hard time, man, you know, keeping that ball on the plate. He couldn't even frame it because the ball was moving so much in on the right-hander's feet. So maybe he's going to have to start the ball maybe a little more at the middle of the plate to try to catch some corners and get some swings. And his second one, that changeup, keep that down in the zone, because these guys really seem to guess a lot on off-speed pitches, and they don't miss mistakes.
Trey Turner hasn't missed much of anything against the Braves pitching staff in his brief stint against the Atlanta staff. He has 13 hits this year and leads off for the Nationals playing center field. Espinosa, Murphy, Harper, Ramos, Zimmerman, Heisey, Defoe is the alignment for Johnny B. Dusty Baker. As you see, Nick Markakis at first base. Day off for Freddie Freeman. So Trey Turner will lead off. Wonder if the Nationals will think about trying to bunt early in the first inning to see how Markakis handles first base.
That's a thought. Nick had to send for his first baseman's glove. It was home in Maryland. Hadn't used it in a while.
Paul Bird was in the booth earlier tonight or today and was joking. Yeah, check the garbage can in the back of the garage underneath 75 tennis balls, a couple of skateboards. Dust it off and get it to me ASAP.
That was hilarious.
That was great. One ball, one strike for Turner. 13 hits and 29 tries against the Braves, 7 RBIs. Didn't get that pitch from De La Cruz.
Another good sinker and a hard one at 91.
Swing and a miss. Turner didn't get it. And 1 up, 1 down via strikeout for De La Cruz. And we're underway. Here's Espinosa.
That was a good start. This was a change up. A little up, but had a little dip to it there at the end. Got away with that one.
And you know, Joe, for a staff that's been filled with guys who've had a lot of tough luck losses this year, I would think it's safe to say that of the Braves starting pitchers this month, De La Cruz is probably the guy with the toughest luck.
Yeah.
6 earned runs in 15 innings allowed, but the Braves have scored a grand total of 5 runs in those 3 starts.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just knew he was trailing 1-0 when he left the other day against Minnesota. He had a little bit of a rough start in Milwaukee, the start before that, but all in all, pretty solid outings.
Braves lost 1-0, 4-3, and 4-2 in the last 3 starts for De La Cruz. As this one's grounded towards second. And picked by Gordon Beckham, and Nick Markakis with a good stretch. Looks like he's been there for years. 2 up, 2 down.
Yeah, I hope he stretched for the game. By position, there are his career starts. And this one being number 6 at first base.
Here's Daniel Murphy. He had a big game last night, and with that effort, Murphy's pumped his batting average back up to .348. He's trying to chase down a batting title. He leads DJ LeMahieu of the Rockies by just a handful of points. 7, in fact. LeMahieu at 341.
There's another called strike that Murphy questioned.
Fly ball hit toward left. Kemp is going to give way to Jace Peterson, who takes over. And so Nick Markakis and Jace Peterson, two players playing different positions, factor in a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. First one of those by the Braves staff since August the 12th. Let's see if they can make Gio Gonzalez work hard in the early innings today.
How you like this for Mr. Gonzalez? When he gets in his career 2 or more runs of support, he's 53-4. Give him 4+, 70-0. That's pretty sharp. 30 years old, 6 feet 205, 8-9 on the year with a 4.28 ERA. His last start was rain shortened as he was going for his 100th career win. He had to come out after 3 innings after a 2-hour rain delay. He had given up 2 runs in that outing.
So Dansby Swanson back in the lineup and leading off for the first time in the big leagues. He's been hitting 8th in his previous starts for the Braves. Dansby's 4 for 12 so far at the plate. 2 hits in this series. And a bouncing ball hit toward short. Tricky hop and bobble. Espinosa couldn't handle. And Swanson's aboard to start the first inning.
It's his 3rd error of the series, and he didn't play in 1 game. Did take a little bit of a high hop on him, and then couldn't corral it.
Well, as they say, you can't spell Espinosa without an E. It's his 3rd of the series, like you said.
There's old Chip.
Here's Adonis Garcia. That was a tough play, though. You could see the ball kangaroo up on him.
Oh, don't be backpedaling now.
I'm not backpedaling. You said it too. It's a team effort, right? 12 errors for Espinosa. Adonis riding a 4-game hit streak, hit in each one of those 4 games. One ball, no strikes.
Chase trying to figure out if he was going back head first or feet first and got in between.
One ball, 1 strike. Braves trying to score their first run against Gio Gonzalez this year. The Braves faced him April 12th. He went 6 innings of shutout ball with 3 hits. But he's got to work out of the stretch right away here in Atlanta.
One area that he really struggles is when he's got runners in scoring position. He has not been able to avoid giving up some damage. Batting average against him with runners in scoring position, 343. So let's hope the Braves can put him in that spot today.
61 career wins with the Nationals. That's 3rd in Nationals history. Jordan Zimmerman and Steven Strasburg are ahead of him on that chart. And as Joe said, he's trying to track down number 100 in his career today, and fouled away.
There are his situational averages. Left-handers for the year, 206 with only 1 homer. Right-handers, 267 and 15 homers. Low 90s fastball. That last pitch, 92 to Adonis. Curveball and a change.
Bouncing ball to short. Espinosa's got that one, and a pretty turn. Gio Gonzalez gets a double play ball off the bat of Adonis Garcia. 2 outs. Joe mentioned the long run of play for Freddie Freeman. He had played in 114 consecutive games. His last day off was April 14th in Washington. So a day of rest for him with the road trip starting tomorrow. That means Nick Markakis plays first and hits 3rd today.
He's got quite a few at bats against him, 6 for 27, but only hitting a .195 against Washington for the year. They've pitched him tough. Right off the top of the mask and into the helmet.
Nothing in 2. And wasted high.
Catchers, when they started wearing helmets, one of the smartest moves they ever made. Think of so many guys that get hit with follow throughs now in the back of the helmet, or foul tips that are right on the edge of the mask and helmet.
Fly ball left center. Well hit. Heisey on the warning track is there to make the play. And Gio Gonzalez escapes the first inning scoreless. 1,000 seats remain for the final game at Turner Field. Get your ticket to the last game on Sunday, October 2nd, and get any other 2016 game for up to 60% off the gate price. Secure your seat for the final celebration here at Turner Field fast at Braves.com/final game today. Nice crowd gathering on a sunshiny day in Atlanta.
Yeah, 88 degrees at game time. So in a way, with the clouds, that's a real break today from the mid-90s.
So Bryce Harper will lead off. Harper's knocked in 7 runs on the Nationals road trip. He's walked 7 times as well. Their trip will continue to Baltimore, where they open a 2-game home-and-home series next with the Orioles.
They may hit 10 homers in those 2 games at Baltimore.
Oh, man. The way Houston's been hitting them, look out. The news today, Tyrell Jenkins, after his performance last night, was sent back to AAA. Tyrell looked real good in the first 3 innings, but man, it fell apart fast for him in the 4th.
Sure did.
Washington scored 8 runs. They had 8 consecutive hits in that inning. And John Gant was brought back. Remember, Gant was in the rotation for the Braves, but injured an oblique muscle and is just now coming back. He was winless in 3 starts out on his rehab. Two balls, 2 strikes for Bryce Harper.
Again, as you watch Harper today, especially from our center field camera, you'll be able to see his weight kind of going away from home plate. He'll step that way in an effort to try to hit something 9 miles. So that's why all the ground outs to first or to second base in this series. And with his sinker, De La Cruz can get him to hit some stuff off the end of the bat if they're well placed.
Rolled over. Nick Markakis handles the ground ball easily. There's the first out. Wonder if Freddie's heard the name Wally Pipp before.
Oh. I have to remind him of that tomorrow, tonight on the plane. He wouldn't sleep a wink.
Yeah, pretty good chance. So Wilson Ramos, the batter. 4 up, 4 down for De La Cruz. Ramos at .324, 19 homers, 67 driven in. It's got to be very encouraging for Dusty Baker to see the balance that his offense has been able to manage this year in a year where Bryce Harper hasn't been Bryce Harper. Big numbers from this guy. Turner's given him a spark. Espinosa's hit 18 homers. Rendon has been consistent. Zimmerman's back. As this one's hit towards second. Beckham to his left. 2 outs. A lot of ground ball outs for De La Cruz to start.
Great sign. And got him reaching for pitches too. I think the return of Zimmerman is as big as anything for him right now. It's hard to say that knowing how much Murphy has meant to them as a free agent signing, but they need this guy in the lineup. A right-handed force batting behind Ramos or even a little deeper. And boy, did he break out, come back with a bang last night.
Yeah, first pitch back from injury. Home run. And a swing and a miss. He is one of my favorite players to watch. He's one of my favorite people in the game, not just because of how he handles himself on the field, the class with which he plays, but the things he does off the field. Very charitable, involved in the Multiple Sclerosis Society with the ZIMS Foundation. Ryan's mom battles that disease. And again, just a wonderful ambassador for our sport and for the Nationals franchise. Two quick outs for De La Cruz in the scoreless second. Ryan Zimmerman, the Washington first baseman, rips one into center field. And that's the first hit of the game. Welcome back, Zimmerman. That's 4 hits in 5 at bats here in Atlanta.
That was something off speed. Might have been a changeup. Remember, Trey Turner struck out on a changeup that was up. And if that was a changeup, no, that was a slider, hanging slider. And I mean right on the button.
Has that sound, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So here's Heisey. Say that 10 times quickly. Chris at 207. Convenience store numbers 7 and 11. Jason Worth gets the day off. Rendon gets the day off.
Dusty had this guy in Cincinnati. He knows how valuable he can be coming off the bench. He's already had 3 pinch hit appearances in this series.
Didn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike. De La Cruz trying to become the 6th Braves pitcher to win his first career decision this year. That's already happened for Mauricio Cabrera, Hunter Cervenka, John Gant, Tyrell Jenkins, and Rob Whalen. A 2.0 ERA at home, no wins, 2 losses. Just 4 earned runs in 19 2/3 innings. That includes today's work for De La Cruz, who has gotten a grand total of 3 runs of support while he's in the game.
Yeah, let's see if that can get turned around today and get his win column filled up with something. Another changeup that was not well placed. Got to get that pitch down.
So De La Cruz with a little Bartolo Colon action. Casually flips the baseball up with his pitching hand as he gets set for his stretch. And Heisey with a defensive swing stays alive. Ground ball right side, slowly hit. Beckham got there, and Heisey beats the Rapid first.
Good pitch, bad result. Good location, everything was right. Hit it off the end of the bat, but with Beckham playing up the middle, he had too far to go to be able to get the ball to Nick in time.
So back-to-back hits for the Nationals with 2 outs. That brings up the shortstop Wilmer Defoe. Defoe's playing third base today. My apologies. Played shortstop and third. That's why Dusty Baker likes him. He can play any place on the infield.
Yeah, this guy's growing on me. He's only had 29 at bats. He's hitting .310 as you saw. But when you can play any of those 3 spots on the infield, that's a very valuable player, and he's a switch hitter.
Oh, 1 and now 0-2.
Good sink. His sinker, I mean, really, if he throws it at the middle of the plate like that one, there's not a whole lot you can do with it once you commit to swing.
Zimmerman dancing around at second, and that's off the plate. That goes back to our conversation we had with Ted Simmons. Get 2 strikes. And that's what Ted used to say. All you can do is hit the top half of the baseball and beat it into the ground. That's rolled to first. Markakis scoops it up. He'll make the play, and the Nationals strand 2 in the top of the second. Matt Kemp leads off for the Braves. No score.
Braves Nats. I got to say this, the upper deck in Coors Field, the 20th row, yeah, that's 1 mile above sea level. Why is that relevant? Well, the Nats just came from there. Talking with pitching coach Mike Maddox, he said that he's noticed a lot of his starters have to throw harder to get that breaking ball to work in Colorado. They come back a little bit sore, and if you're a touch and feel guy, as I said, especially the guys that throw 4 or 5 pitches, he worries that they're not as sharp. Really paying attention to Gio Gonzalez today, not overthrowing that breaking ball and hitting his spots. Guys, back to you.
And Paul, that's an excellent point. It's one that Tom Glavine has made a couple of times too. And I'll ask you, is it really a break then for Gio Gonzalez to only have pitched 3 innings in Denver in his last start because they had a 2-hour rain delay and he couldn't come back?
Yes, I think it is. I have noticed, you know, going to Colorado, your fastball, it's not a big deal, but you have to really work on that breaking ball. And even if you throw a bullpen there, it affects you a little bit. 3 innings, a little bit more, obviously. But if you throw 6, 7, 8 innings in Colorado, the next time you go to throw a bullpen, you're really hurting and can be off.
First pitch swing by Matt Kemp, and he'll shoot one into left center field for the first Braves hit of the day. He's the second base runner. Had a good start here in the second.
Matt is 5 for 13 in the series. He's hit in 12 of his 13 starts. Got a fastball right there. Made that a simple swing. No stride.
And a chance for Jeff Francoeur to pick up 4 at-bats perhaps. Jeff hitting .280 this year against left-handers. .252 overall.
And has worn out Gio Gonzalez. .393 career mark with a homer. That's 11 for 28.
No balls, 2 strikes.
And got tied up on 2 in on his hands right there.
With the acquisition of Matt Kemp, and because Matt's been in the lineup virtually every day, a lot of those at bats have been taken away from Jeff Francoeur. That one skips up there and no advance. Jeff's handled it great. He knows the deal. Brian Snitker has communicated to Jeff, I'm going to get you in when I can. And he told him ahead of time that you're going to be in there Sunday against Gio Gonzalez.
Yeah, everybody wants to play.
Right.
You're not at this level. You haven't been successful unless you haven't gotten to this level unless you've been successful and want to play. So that's very understandable. But Jeff also knew his role coming into this season, what he would fill in part-time duty, pinch hitting and what have you. So that role really hasn't changed that much. And he's done well with what they've asked him to do and play well against lefties. He's done that. He's second on the team hitting against left-handers. The hard part for him was that he was playing a little bit more, getting more consistent at bats, and those got cut off.
And to illustrate that point, this is Jeff's 15th at bat since Matt Kemp came. Just 15. And a swing and a miss. Gonzalez tied him up. Jeff wanted to know if it was a strike. I think the answer was yes. And that's the first strikeout for the electric Nationals left-hander, Gio Gonzalez.
What did he win that one year? It was almost the Cy Young Award.
I want to say 21.
It was 21 and 8. 289 ERA in 2012.
With Oakland, right?
No, that was his first year in Washington.
First year with Washington. Okay.
He was third in the Cy Young voting.
One ball, no strikes for Anthony Recker, the Braves catcher today. And Gonzalez not happy with his first 2 pitches of this sequence.
He hasn't come close to duplicating that since 2012. He's gone 11 and 8, 10 and 10, and 11 and 8.
Recker was on his way to first base.
That was a late call. Your pal Adam Calamari. It was a strike.
And very last instant, he raised that right tentacle and called his first strike of the at bat. And Recker with a momentary pause just to be sure, as Gonzalez issues his first walk. 2 on 1 out for Jace Peterson.
Well, here we go. Got a runner in scoring position. Let's see if the Braves can capitalize on their first opportunity against Gonzalez. It's not a situation where the Braves have been very successful on this homestand. Just 8 for 40.
The Twins and Nationals have had 31 more at bats with runners in scoring position than the Braves in the first 5 games. That is a lot. Jace with 21 RBIs. Yeah, nothing wrong with Ender Inciarte today. The Braves just wanted to give him a rest. He's been in the lineup virtually every day and at the top of the order and running all over the place in the outfield. So a chance to keep his legs fresh as we get set for a 4-game series in the desert beginning tomorrow night.
Marking the return of Ender and Dansby Swanson. No sign of Shelby Miller on the rotation for the D-backs.
They lost Nick Ahmed, their terrific infielder. Hip surgery done for the year.
No kidding.
So we won't see Nick out there.
Former Brave.
Arizona's playing in San Diego today. Keep you updated on that score. Quickly, 2 strikes.
Oh man, that was a generous one.
Kemp led off with a single. Francoeur struck out. Recker walked. Now Jace Peterson behind in the count.
Got a way to lay off. Jace hitting .229 against lefties. 8 for 35.
Buddies has a chance to go 1 for 1 as a center fielder against lefties.
Yep.
First career appearance in the major leagues in center for Jace today. Taken high. Braves are making Gonzalez work here. Full count. Gordon Beckham is next. He's the 8th man on the lineup. Another walk, and the Braves have the bases loaded.
Like it. Crucial at bat right here. With the pitcher on deck, you want to get some damage done with Gordon Beckham. And Gordon would like to have that happen too. He has really been fighting it. Average down to .212. He's 9 for his last 82.
But he's 2 for 3 this year with the bases loaded.
I like that.
Strike 1 for Gordon Beckham. Braves begin play today 44-79 for the year. You know what the Braves record is when they score the first run? 26-24. That tells you how important this sequence could be.
Yep.
But now it's 0-2. Same story for the Nationals. They're 30 games over 500 when they score their first run. That's understandable with their pitching staff. However, with the high-powered offense they also have, Dusty Baker's squad has 25 comeback wins.
As they demonstrated last night.
The Braves have 18 themselves. No balls, 2 strikes. He's missed up a lot in this second inning.
He has, and he worked Gordon away for the first 2 pitches that he fouled off, and Ramos wanted to bust him in, but the pitch wasn't delivered there. It was just up and out of the zone.
Pitch number 23 of the inning with 1 out. And Beckham didn't get it. He's strikeout victim number 2. That is a big out. Braves needed some contact, couldn't get it. Now it's up to De La Cruz if the Braves are to strike first.
I can't tell you how painful that is as a player like Gordon, who has had a very good major league career, and with his starts being hit and miss here and there, you know, no consistency in terms of getting 20-25 at bats in a row, but to get an opportunity, bases loaded, 1 out, and to strike out, it just hangs on you. Feel for him.
Well, let's see if De La Cruz can pick him up.
Gotta be Joel. Like it when he swings hard.
The Nationals outfield very shallow in right, very shallow in center. Gentle breeze is blowing out the pitch. Another good cut. And a fan from Austell, Georgia makes the catch.
These folks in Austell should have an easy trek over to SunTrust Park next year.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Here it is, and De La Cruz is called out on a check swing. Gio Gonzalez strikes out the side in the second, but it took him 26 pitches to do it. Breakthrough. Let's take a look at the playoff picture. If postseason play was to begin today, here's how the National League would stack up.
And you'd have that wild card between the Cardinals and Dodgers. Boy, that would be one of 2 good teams knocked out right from the get-go. And the team with the best record then plays the wild card winner. So that would mean right now the Cubs would play that wild card winner. And the Giants in Washington would hook up, and that would be a rematch for Dusty Baker against the team he took to the World Series not so many years ago.
And keep an eye on the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw threw 20 pitches off a mound yesterday. He's going to do that again on Tuesday. And then the Dodgers will decide when and where to send Kershaw out for a rehab start. But if his back is okay and sound, what a lift that'll be for the Dodgers, who begin play today, just a half game behind the Giants, and they've done great work in the absence of Kershaw in rotation.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to dismiss those other 3 teams in the wild card hunt either. All 3 are in there. The Mets, Pirates, and Marlins. They're all solidly in a spot where they could move up and get into a playoff picture. I'm going to say, and I've said already, that nobody's going to catch the Cubs. So it's up to the Cardinals and Pirates in that division to figure out if they can get into a wild card spot.
Pittsburgh's at home today with Ryan Vogelsong on the mound against Jose Urena and the Marlins. The Mets are in San Francisco. They beat the Giants 9-5 yesterday. Yoenis Cespedes back.
Yeah. 2
homers.
Did he?
Yep. In fact, the Giants have given up 47 homers in their 33 games since the All-Star break. And that's who the Braves play after our series with Arizona. Roller foul. It's still 0-2 for Gio Gonzalez. Fly ball hammered toward the left center field gap. Kemp cuts it off, and Gio Gonzalez gingerly makes his way to first base with a leadoff single. He ran down the first base line like he had a rock in his shoe.
Yeah, he did. His 4th hit of the summer and his 2nd double, or 2nd hard hit ball, I'll say. But he acted like he was in pain. And watching it all the way, almost like, I can't believe this. I didn't know what to do.
Well, he's 4 for 37 now, and that's the 3rd Nationals hit. Never a good sign when the opposing pitcher leads off with a safety. Here's Turner. That's out of play foul. Trey Turner's hit 5 homers in the major leagues. 3 of them have come against the Braves. And he's our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot.
13 for 30. 10 runs scored, doing his job at the top of the order. And then some.
Again, a very talented and versatile player. We've seen Turner play second, center, and short.
So read me that trade again. Is the only guy they gave up in that deal the outfielder, or was there a pitcher involved?
Souza?
Yeah. Souza went to the Tampa Bay.
Let me get that for you.
And it was very convoluted 3-team deal.
Let me get to the hyperbole page in the Nationals media guide so I can
pick one.
Read it for you. 1 ball, 2 strikes. For Trey Turner, popped up. Acquired by Washington with Joe Ross from the Padres. That's pretty good right there, right? Steven Souza, left-handed pitcher Travis Ott. Both of those players went to the Rays. Will Myers went from Tampa Bay to San Diego with Ryan Hannigan, pitcher Jose Castillo, and right-handed pitcher Gerardo Reyes. Tampa Bay also got Rene Rivera, Jake Bowers, and right-handed pitcher Birch Smith from San Diego.
Okay, so there are quite a few guys that went
but
in 2 different directions.
But the crux of the deal was Turner and Ross for Souza and Will Myers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I was just thinking from what the Nationals gave up, those other guys you read that went to the Padres, prospects.
Yeah.
Prospects and Souza.
Right.
That was a great return.
We all know what the Braves have gotten from the San Diego Padres. Holy cow, what if they'd kept all those players and kept Trey Turner? Would San Diego be in a lot better shape than they are right now?
Well, I was listening to some so-called experts last night talk about San Diego, and really really putting it on them.
Really?
About how they don't seem to know 1 month to the next what direction they're going. You know, are they going for it? No, not this week. Oh, now they are. Next month, they just keep changing gears on what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that's a ticket to disaster. Well, different week, different plan. Yikes.
I think John Sherholz said that to us the other night, talking about you can't do that. You can't have 1 foot over here trying to compete and 1 foot in the restructuring mode. It just doesn't work.
2 on, nobody out for Espinosa. And a swing and a miss. And that's why I think John Hart, John Sherholz, John Coppola deserve a lot of credit. They have created a plan, implemented a plan, discussed a plan, and most importantly, they have stuck with the plan.
Yeah.
Espinosa's knocked in 58 runs. De La Cruz could use a ground ball. A hit and a walk begins the Nationals' third, and that's fouled away. 0-2. This is why those hits to the 9 and 1 hitters or bases on balls to those players can be so dangerous. You've got Espinosa, then the league's leading hitter, then Harper, then Ramos, then Zimmerman. There is no let up for this Washington lineup card.
Well, he's got the count in his favor. An aggressive hitter. Use that sinker to your benefit here. Get a ground ball and potential double play.
And Espinosa just got hit by a pitch. So now we've got a real mess. A single, a walk, and a hit batsman. And now Daniel Murphy's coming up.
Hey, Paul Bird, you were talking to me before the game about a visit you had with Daniel Murphy and how he's changed his swing a little bit.
You got it. Last August, Kevin Long, New York Mets hitting coach, showed Murphy his numbers when he hits the ball to right center. Well, they were different, almost staggering. So they said, how do we get you to hit the ball in the air to right center? Started working on that, and what he does, he tries to keep that back elbow to back hip. When he swings, he tries to stay level through the zone and hit the bottom of the ball so that he gets lift. And then with 2 strikes, he says, I just want to put a swing on the ball and square it up somewhere. Joe, I've never heard of somebody doing so well trying to pull the ball. Would love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, especially, Paul, when, as I said last night, he was a guy that really used the whole field with the Mets against Atlanta and wore out the left field line. And I think that's what shocked everybody in the postseason last year when he was raking all these home runs and put a big price tag on himself as a free agent with what he did. So the adjustments he's made, and as we were talking earlier today, he doesn't swing and miss very often. So to be able to make that kind of adjustment, knowing he's going to make contact, it's really impressive.
And that's the biggest part of the game change for Daniel Murphy. In 2013, he struck out 95 times in 658 at bats. That's pretty good with that number of at bats.
Yeah.
Last year with the Mets, 499 at bats, 38 strikeouts.
Yeah, I think we had a graphic earlier, he's the lowest strikeout percentage of anybody in the National League, like 10%.
And he hit a career high 14 home runs during the regular season, 7 homers in 14 playoff games. So he truly has found something that's working for him. As that one's bounced to the plate. 0-2.
And guys, the difference in that, he says he doesn't stride anymore. Joe, you mentioned this yesterday. He just keeps that front foot down and he tries to fire the back hip, as you see right there. He explained it to me. He says, I want to crack a rib on my swing. That's how hard I want to swing, and he feels like his hand-eye coordination will allow him to swing that hard and still be able to contact the ball. But that front foot, again, the key for him. You guys picking up on everything.
When you don't stride and you just let your hands work, as long as you don't let your front side sway out over your front foot, with his hand-eye coordination and ability to make contact, it shortens. Here we go again. It shortens his distance to the baseball. He doesn't have any wasted motion. He's quick to the ball. Braves had bases loaded, 1 out, couldn't make contact. Now they've got him loaded with nobody out. 2-strike count on a tough out. That's worthy of a visit to the mound, though, about how to try to put him away.
Bouncing ball right side. 2nd wide. Swanson's throw to first is a little late. And Murphy brings home Gio Gonzalez with the game's first run. It's 1-0 Washington.
'89 RBIs for Murphy. 0-2 count here. He was just trying to make contact. Tough to get the bottom half of the ball on De La Cruz. And too far to go for that double play to take place. Too many long throws.
Runners at the corners for Bryce Harper, who bounced out to Nick Markakis to start the 2nd inning. That's right, Nick Markakis starting at first base in place of Freddie Freeman, who's been given the day off. Swing and a drive. If it's fair, it's long gone. It is long gone. Wow. That was lightning quick. I mean, John, that was a cobra strike.
Well, again, we talked about this in his first at bat about how he's fallen away from the plate and looking for something to hit 9 miles. Well, there it is. Into the ramp of section 138, and it went about 438.
So Washington leads by 4 on a 3-run homer by Bryce Harper. His 2nd homer of the road trip for the Nationals. And Ramos with a ground ball up the middle. And this is rapidly dissolving into a repeat of last night's 4th inning. And Roger McDowell will jog out to the mound to try to settle down De La Cruz.
It's the big inning syndrome that keeps haunting the Atlanta Braves. But you're right on that. The way that ball jumped off Harper's bat, Chip. 105 miles an hour and high. I mean, if it had landed in the 2nd deck in the club level, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Well, thank goodness for the nitrogen. Otherwise, it would have done that.
Yeah.
So Zimmerman's up. He's the 7th man to hit. He had a 2-out single back in the 2nd. And what do we say when the pitcher gets on to start the inning? Usually bad things happen. Well, that's exactly what's happened to Joel here in the 3rd.
When you're trying to do something like it appears Harper is trying to do almost every at bat, kind of falling away from the plate to get something to lift and to get that pitch and to hit it that hard and do what you want to do, I can't imagine how good that feels. And to be able to hit one that far. I mean, literally, it's like batting practice when you're hitting off your coaches and you're having a little home run derby with your pals or something and jacking the ball out of the park. That must be what it feels like, and yet it's in a game.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That's why I don't blame Harper a bit for pausing and watching that one go down the line. He wanted to make sure it stayed fair. There wasn't a whole lot of showboating there. That was worthy of a long look as he executed his game plan to perfection. The 1-2 is looped into shallow right. Francoeur got a good jump. He's going to throw back to first. And Markakis plays that off his chest. And Zimmerman pops out for the second out of the inning. And here's Heisey. Look at Zimmerman. He didn't have a whole lot of confidence that Nick was going to be able to stop that ball. He was ducking for cover. Infield hit for Heisey. He bounced it to the left of Gordon Beckham, who had about 30 yards to run to try to pick it up. No balls and a strike. Heavy workload for Joel here. That was his 26th third inning pitch.
Needs to hang in there, needs to get through this inning. He made the last out in the second. His turn doesn't come up for a while.
Fly ball center. Jace Peterson backpedaling, turned the wrong way. Recovered, slammed into the wall, and he is down on the track.
Boy, did he hit hard. That ball was changing directions, Chip. From our vantage point, we could see how it was moving. So for him to have to make this kind of adjustment over his head and then face plant.
How in the world did he hang on to that baseball? Jace fought the wall won, and the inning is over. You want to talk about being a pro's pro. Jace Peterson, with no regard for life or limb, just made an incredible catch up against the center field fence, and he paid a heavy price.
Hey, center field's a tough spot, I got to tell you. He hadn't played out there, hadn't made a start out there in the big leagues, and when he got turned around, he lost track of where he was, but he wasn't going to let the ball drop. Watch the force which he hits right here when he turns his face. He's right into the wall. That's sunglasses, bill of the cap, rib cage. knocked the wind out of him, I'm sure. He took a ding on the nose, probably from those sunglasses.
So Jim Lovell attends to Jace Peterson, who will never ever forget his first day as a center fielder in the major leagues.
Tough spot to play, I'm telling you.
Man, could you imagine if that had been Wrigley?
Oh, no, don't even want to think about it. But he's okay. At least conscious.
Yeah. Dansby Swanson leads off in a 4-run Nationals game. I can only assume that the worst part of that play for Jace was not the contact with the wall, but looked like he had the wind knocked out of him. So he's made that great play, and he's laying on the field, and he can't breathe.
And he keeps grabbing his chest a little bit too. Not sure that he's out of the woods yet.
And of course, who does he end up sitting next to on the bench? The everyday center fielder.
There you go. Walk that first guy.
Third walk for Gio.
His outfield partners are out there checking on him as Lovey was hustling out to see what the damage was. But you hear me talk all the time about, and especially recently, about Andrew and then Inciarte as well, about their instincts and knowing where they are and how much room they have. And it really is a real knack for knowing that. And when you don't play out there that much, and your first start in center field, you see the results of not having that feel.
Would being a defensive back as a football player like Jace was help him make the transition to outfield?
Oh, I think it will and would, and he's played real well in left field at times when he's been over there, but this was different. Bigger ballpark than what you're used to, bigger background.
And you've said all the time, ball hit right at you is the toughest one for an even experienced center fielder.
And again, the wind really had picked up. That ball was moving. I could see it moving on its way out there. I don't think it was knuckling, but it had some weird spin on it that was causing it to change some directions, and I think the wind helped push it back over his shoulder a little bit.
But it was a great play. As a strike to Adonis Garcia, makes it a 3-1 count.
Offense gets you 4 runs and you start walking people.
Well, I think it's safe to say when the number 4 is put up for Gio Gonzalez that is a magic number for him.
Huge number.
We know all about what Tim Hudson did as a Brave when he'd get 2 runs or 4 runs of support and how dominant he was on the mound. Take a look at these snazzy numbers for Gio Gonzalez.
70-0. 70-0 with 4 or more. Time to put a 1 in that column.
Line drive into center field. That's going to get down. Dansby around second, on his way to third, and the Braves are in business. Runners at the corners with nobody out. So Gio Gonzalez has had base runners all over the place, and he's in trouble again.
Well, that was ball 4, and no way Adonis was going to let it go by. Shoulder high, leveled off on it. Good start to the inning.
Nick flied out to left to end the Braves first. That's out of play. Strike one. Fly ball well hit toward left center. Heisey on the run, still going, not going to get there. That's going to bounce high off the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes Adonis. Espinosa has a cannon. Ball gets away. Now Markakis is on his way to third. The throw there is late. And the Braves have cut the lead in half.
Great piece of hitting, of course, by Nick Markakis, his 30th double of the year. But this was all set up by some great base running by Adonis Garcia. There's nobody out, but he was already on his horse running because he picked up a good read on this and that Heisey wasn't going to get to it. And that's why he was able to force the issue at home plate and allowed Nick then to get to third on the ball that got by. But you could see that right there that Adonis was already in full stride. Great read, and the lead cut in half.
That has scored a double, 2 RBIs for Markakis, who takes third on the Espinosa throwing error.
His 4th error of the series.
I'm not saying a word. Remember, it was Espinosa who threw out Eric Ibar trying to stretch a double into a triple in their near comeback win in Washington. He has one of the best arms, and he made that play at the plate awfully close. The throw drew Ramos into the slide of Garcia at the plate, and that might have been the difference. But Atlanta's in business. 2 in, nobody out. Runner at third for Kemp. And how many times do we say it? Leadoff hits, leadoff walks lead to managerial headaches. That's exactly what Dusty Baker's dealing with Gio Gonzalez here in this 3rd inning. With a 4-run lead, he walked Dansby Swanson. Popped up shallow center. Turner is there. There's the catch. And the ball dropped. He's going to be out, but Turner just dropped the baseball, and Markakis was able to tag up and score.
Well, I hope that he had tagged up, because I thought they would probably rule him safe since he never really showed the ball out of his glove. Otherwise, they might appeal at third. That was not a clean catch by most umpires' rulings when they look at that. Again, from that angle, I'm not sure if the ball had already hit his glove, because they called it an out.
And they also called it an error. As this ball's bounced up the middle, Espinosa's got it, and his throw to first is on target for the 2nd out. I guess the ruling, or the reason for that ruling, is it appeared that Markakis broke off the bag, took a couple of steps when he saw how shallow Turner was. He wasn't going to come home. But then when the ball was dropped, he was able to come home and score.
Yeah, Nick had tagged. He was on the bag when the ball hit his glove. So that was okay. But I'm really surprised they didn't call that a flat out drop instead of a catch. You gotta make it clean.
Recker didn't get a changeup. He walked his first time up.
Perfect. That was a perfect angle right there. He wasn't going to go until he saw the ball dropped, and Turner kind of standing there in frustration.
So 3 Nationals errors today, 2 of them in this third. The Braves have scored 3 times and have cut it to 4-3. So new life for Joel De La Cruz, who will have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up.
Three errors already for the Nats,
who have been one of the best fielding teams in baseball this year.
That's 7 errors in this series, and we've got a ways to go yet. When I was looking at the umpires, I may have this wrong, but I could have sworn that it was the first base umpire, Tom Hallion, who threw up the out sign, and not the second base umpire, Dan Bellino.
Strike 3 called. Recker was on his way to first base. And that retires the side. A leadoff walk and 2 Washington errors, not to mention a Markakis double, makes it a 1-run game. Much good to hear you in the studio this afternoon. Toronto a half-game lead in that wild and crazy American League East. 3 teams separated by just 2.5 games. Joe,
let's take a look at this. This is very interesting. Now here is Dan Bellino. He's the second base umpire who should have been in line to make that call, but the call doesn't come up until the first base umpire, Tom Hallion, rings him up. Now Hallion didn't have a very good angle to see when that ball was jostled and dropped by Turner, and yet Bellino was the guy out at second and did not make the call. I don't get that.
Don't either. And you're exactly right, because when Turner made the catch in his preparation to throw, his back would have been to Tom Hallion.
Yeah, exactly.
But the Braves happy to have scored 3 runs as De La Cruz goes back to work. He's got the 8, 9, and 1 hitters.
Got to make a clean transfer, and he never did. Another good angle.
Let's have a quick and easy 4th, Joel. Let's get Gio Gonzalez back out on that hill. 4-3 game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Markakis to his right handles a line drive from Defoe.
Nothing to it for Nick.
You know, I forgot to mention when the Nationals infielder stands in the batter's box, he's actually home Defoe. Just thought you'd like to know that. Here's Gonzalez, 1 out, bases empty.
And when he's playing second base and boots one,
Yes.
EFO.
Strike one for Gio Gonzalez, who started the last inning for the Nationals with a base hit. Look at Dansby. Nice play and a nice throw. 2 outs. You pointed out in his big league debut what an odd game it was, not because he had a couple of hits, but he's playing shortstop in the middle of the diamond, and he was like the Maytag repairman out there.
Yeah, he got no action at all. Remember that ball that came up on Espinosa in the first inning? In the same general area, but Dansby was deeper.
Here's Turner. A strikeout, a walk, and a run scored. Oh, and 2. It's tough for a rookie to forget a play like the one he made in center field.
A little bit, because he's not a center fielder either by trade. He's learning to play out there and was obviously trying to rush to try to prevent that run from scoring. Joel with some new life here, making some better pitches this inning, keeping the ball down. Yeah.
Anthony couldn't hang on. Tough break.
It's okay. It's good pitch. Good hard sinker. Don't lose him, though.
Not as fast as he is. That might turn into a triple if you walk him. Espinosa waits on deck. Jace Peterson, by the way, is back in the outfield in center field after that collision against the fence to end the Nationals' third. Jace is due first in the bottom half of this 4th inning, where Washington leads by a run. Swing and a miss. Wow, a butterfly takes care of Trey Turner, and the Nationals 5 straight retired by the Braves right-hander as Turner strikes out for the 2nd time today. 7, 8, 9 on the lineup card coming up in a 1-run game for the Braves. Jace Peterson, making his first major league appearance in center field today, has slammed into the wall. He survived the collision with the center field fence. He's drawn a walk, and he's set to lead off inning number 4.
See those knees roll up? That's almost an immediate sign of getting the breath knocked out of you. On top of everything else that he was having to deal with. It's a tough cookie.
He and Brian Jordan have a lot in common. Former defensive backs in college. And I'll bet if that wall could talk, it would say ouch too. As he hit it flush.
And when we hear it up here, you know it was a good thump.
2 balls, 1 strike. Now, there's a time in baseball where there were not warning tracks. It was all grass right up to the fence if one existed.
And there was no padding.
No. First warning track was, I believe, at Old Yankee Stadium, where it was a track. They had a track and field track around the baseball diamond. The players came to like it so much because of plays like the one you just saw. Moving from the grass to that gravelly surface gave the outfielder advance warning. You get close to the danger zone.
You put one of Ed Mangan's motorized vehicles out there, you'd have a warning tractor.
So Jace strikes out. That's 5 for Gio Gonzalez, and his 4th inning is off to a successful start. Gordon Beckham is up. Braves had a great chance in the 2nd inning. Bases loaded, 1 out, but the 8 and 9 hitters were whiffed.
It's a long plane ride to Phoenix tonight. You got some sore ribs or bruised ribs from that collision. That's an uncomfortable flight.
And I thought you were going to break into Glenn Campbell there for a second.
Well, that would be Wichita lineman.
Who is it by the time I get to Phoenix? Is that
Glenn?
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Not our Glenn, but the real good Glenn, right? 1-2 pitch. Did it go? Nope. Even count.
Hit one right back at him, Gordon. Close enough.
And a 1-out single for Gordon Beckham. And now De La Cruz a chance to move Gordon along.
Sometimes when you're struggling like Beckham has been, you're just trying to do too much. Last time up, bases loaded, he got a couple of breaking balls away, and he's usually real good at trying to hit the ball the other way. Now, kind of out of sight, out of mind, not thinking about it quite so much. That pitch down and away, good pitcher's pitch, and he hits it to center field.
And it snaps an 0 for 23.
Good.
I mean, the real shame of the year for Gordon was he had a couple of really good stretches of play, and he got hurt. Hamstring got him twice.
He was hitting 300, I think, when he got hurt the second time. Well, that was a good pick-me-up. That base hit on a good pitch. E8.
Or an E8. Take your pick.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And that'll be the second out. Clouds have cleared off for the most part from the ballpark. Bright sunny skies, and the wind has really picked up. As we look at the flag, it is blowing straight out high above the scoreboard here. So let's see if Dansby Swanson with 2 outs can lift one into the stratosphere and maybe put the Braves in front. Six strikeouts for Gio Gonzalez. Strike one.
Good cut. I love it when young guys come up and get off to good starts and don't feel the onus of having to get that first hit and get it out of the way, and find yourself in an 0 for 12 or 15 trying to do that. He's got 4 hits already and can go up there hacking loose and free.
Broken bat, roller toward third, and the flip to second is in time, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, a man left. We head to the 5th.
Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
Beautiful breezy day in Atlanta, where Washington leads 4-3. Fifth inning, and the 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up.
The bit of rain we've had the last couple of days has at least put a dent in the 90-degree temps. I'm sure it's still very warm on the field, but the breeze helps.
So let's see if De La Cruz can keep his efficient work going. He set down 5 straight Nationals. And a strike for Espinoza. He's grounded out. He's been hit by a pitch, and he's made 2 errors. Or as they call them in Colorado, 2 defensive errors.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to differentiate it.
Yeah, they do. Did you know that? When they do the PA address for the final score in the game for the Atlanta Braves, 26 runs, 37 hits, no defensive errors. For the Rockies, no runs, 1 hit, and 17 defensive errors. Cruz heavy on the rosin, and the pitcher's mound dirt, trying to get a grip on a sticky day, and he missed up and away. 2-2 the count.
That rosin bag's like his rubber ducky. He's just got to go to it about every other pitch, if not every pitch.
That brought back just a wonderful movie scene. Remember Harvey Korman in Blazing Saddles?
Yes.
Except his was a frog. It wasn't a duck. Full count. Strike 3 called. Espinosa frozen at the plate. 1 down.
Look at the movement on that one. He struck out Turner to end the 4th inning with a great changeup. Here he gets a little backup on that fastball. Espinosa gave up on it. It wasn't a fastball. It was an 85-mile-an-hour changeup. I thought it was his sinker. Wasn't so. You know, there used to be guys who could throw a dry spitter. They could put so much rosin.
Beckham knocks it down. Good play. Goodbye Murphy. 2 down.
All right, Gordon. Good play. Once you corral it, you've got time as close as you are to first base from that position to get your man. Nice play.
Who was it that threw the puffer ball? Remember, if they bloated so much rosin,
Yeah.
the ball would come out and you'd actually see a cloud of rosin until the umpire said knock it off.
I don't want to say Gaylord. That's the first guy that comes to mind because he was throwing a real live spitter.
Yeah, right.
But you're right. I can't think who that might have been. But guys were pretty good at it, at getting so much rosin on their hand that the ball would slip out of their fingers and create great downward movement. Hot zone for Bryce Harper. Right there in the middle of the strike zone primarily. The pitch he hit up and in. 105 miles an hour on the exit speed. And he hit it in an exit. Now what are you looking at?
There were some in the press box who were wondering if the Braves were going to send a message to Bryce Harper, who was trying to steal a base with a big lead late in the ball game. Nothing came of that.
Nope, that's also a good way to get one of your teammates hurt.
Yeah.
And they don't go kindly for that. But just because you get pitched inside doesn't mean you got to glare at the pitcher every time.
Two balls and a strike. And Harper rips one down the right field line, but he was way out in front of that one.
That was a change up, and he's hit him into 2 different exits tonight, this afternoon.
Base is empty. 2 outs. Strike 3 outside corner.
Good pitch. Right where Anthony wanted it.
Harper didn't think much of Adam Hamari's strike call there. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the home 5th. Still a 1-run Washington game as Bryce Harper is struck out for the first time today.
is sponsored by Sherwin-Williams, your local Ford dealer, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Pretty day in Atlanta. We have not had many home games in the second half of the season, and we hit the road again after today's play for a week-long trip to Arizona and San Francisco, then home again for 3, then out again for 6. Schedule maker has done the Braves very few favors since the early days of August.
Wearing everybody down, that's for sure. Hey, speaking of Arizona, Chan pulled the stats on Shelby Miller at Reno.
Yeah.
He's 5-1.
Good.
And his last 2 starts, 7 1/3 inning, 2 hits, no walks, 9 strikeouts. And his last start, 8 innings, allowed 3 runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. So he might be rounding into form.
And maybe we'll see him when we head to the desert. Don't know. As you said, I don't believe he's listed on their probable starters.
No. Subject to change, but he is not currently.
And I'm happy for Shelby. Even you're talking about guys that are pros. With what he had to deal with here in Atlanta and the glaring lack of run support, you never heard him say a word about it publicly. Just went about his job every 5th day, and he pitched great baseball for the Braves. As Garcia strikes out, that's 7 for Gio Gonzalez.
His last outing was on the 20th, so the earliest he'd be really ready to pitch would be the 25th, which would be the last day in there. And that is Robbie Ray's turn, and he struck out 13 yesterday.
So I'm pretty sure they're not going to.
I don't think they're going to push him back.
Move Ray around for Shelby Miller at this point. Ball 1 to Nick Markakis, starting at first base today. He's got 2 RBIs. He scored a run. Braves are trying to snap a 7-game losing streak and pick up their 2nd win of the season against Washington. This is the 13th game head-to-head between these clubs. We'll have 2 more series, 1 each in Washington and here in Atlanta left. Nationals used to be the Expos. It's the tricolored cap of the Expos. Bouncing ball foul. That cap, kind of a cursive M, the tricolor resemblant of the French flag and the obvious French heritage of the city of Montreal.
It was a great logo.
And almost like a fleur-de-lis. Miss Montreal, what a city. Great fans. There's so many, as Markakis knew he struck out. Back-to-back punch-outs for Gio. And 2 are away. A lot of folks in Montreal still believe that had 1994 and the work stoppage not occurred, that baseball would still be in Montreal and not back in Washington. Obviously, we'll never know. There is a push to try to get a major league team back there. Warren Cromartie, a former Expo, is among many trying to make that dream come true. As Matt Kemp hits. Read a story the other day about how fans in Quebec are actually now starting to truly embrace Old Olympic Stadium, the Big O, big concrete UFO looking structure. While they still grumble about the price tag and what that cost the province of Quebec to host the Olympics, it would cost more to demolish Olympic Stadium than it would be to build a new one. Believe it or not, all the concrete and the dust and everything that would. But it's become a very popular source of pride for Montrealers.
That's interesting, because I was just about to say before a new team would go back there, they'd have to build a new stadium.
So maybe not. in that article they said remember the big tower that rose up above,
right,
held the canopied roof, which never worked. They're actually starting to sell office space in that tower, and it's become kind of it's become a tourist place. I mean, people love to go up and look inside the stadium. They use the stadium quite a bit for soccer, for football, tractor pulls. The Blue Jays have played some exhibition games there with great success. So who knows, maybe Montreal, like Washington, will get a second chance.
Good save there by Matt, still alive.
This has not been a crisp performance from Gio Gonzalez. Yes, he has struck out 8. Yes, he has walked 3. His team has made 3 errors behind him. But he leads by a run. Zimmerman near the tarp takes a peek and runs to the end of the tarp and makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch. So Gio Gonzalez gets the Braves in order. Ryan Zimmerman with a terrific play at first base. And he's due second when the Nationals come up in the top of the 6th. We told you, with now 19 games left at Turner Field, we are going to have 19 Turner Field related trivia questions for you to end the season. And after whiffing on Mickey Morandini last night, today's question is, who holds the highest average at Turner Field with a minimum of 500 at bats?
Okay.
Last night it was a minimum of 50 at bats, and you had the list yesterday of the highest batting average guys. Did that?
No, there was no one on there that had close to 500 bats.
Okay.
So this would be a local.
Yeah.
.500 at bats. Okay. Chipper had a career .300 average. Got to start there, don't we?
Okay. As Wilson Ramos leads off for Washington, we're in the 6th.
I think Matt Diaz had 500 at bats here.
He might have. He played a lot against lefties. Always played when the Marlins were here, and the Braves would see Miami 9 or 10 times here.
The hitting fool.
Bouncing ball foul.
Might be a sleeper.
Yep. In between our breaks here, Gretchen Caney, who is the dominatrix of trivia, was giving us some grief because we said on air last night that we're a little rusty with regards to our fantastic trivia record that we continued last season. And she piped in and said, no, not really. You're in mid-season awful.
Schedule.
So we're already 0 for 1. with the answer of Mickey Morandini last night. Popped up. Kemp in left. And Matt with the glasses gleaming is there. Puts it away for the first out.
Well, you got to admit, I mean, in defense of you and me, that was a broad spectrum of ball players that have played in the 50 at-bats in the history of Turner Field. Now we're talking about a broad spectrum of most likely an Atlanta Brave that had 500 at-bats. That narrows it down a little bit, but
yeah.
Man, oh man.
It's like saying name your favorite Smith in the phone book.
Yes. So we're going to give it a go.
500 at-bats. Are you going to stick with Chipper?
It's almost too obvious. We could talk ourselves right out of it.
And that nothing gives her more perverse pleasure than that when we talk ourselves out of the answer.
Yeah, this one's not Mark Burley.
No.
Or CC Sabathia.
No.
Freddie Freeman's got to be in there.
2 balls, no strikes for Zimmerman. And Joel pulled that one 3-0. I like the Diaz call. It's hard to go against Chipper though. What did Brian McCann hit here?
Another good one.
And a 4-pitch walk with 1 out puts Zimmerman at first base. Washington leads by a 4-3 score. Here's Heisey, an infield hit in the second. And an outfield hit against the wall for Jace Peterson, who made a great catch.
Got turned around a little bit. The wind was playing tricks with the baseball. And then a face plant that resonated all the way through the ballpark. I'm surprised he didn't hurt his shoulder. Who knows? Maybe he did.
He's going to be sore tomorrow.
Yeah, and watching that again, I'm wondering if when he hit with his shoulder, it looked like he might have gotten his elbow pinned against him too, or his elbow may have done some damage to the ribs.
Well, we say it all the time. When a player checks into a game late, or you have a crazy game and someone's out of position, it's amazing how often in this sport the ball finds you, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But he held on, made a great play. And the Nationals don't have a hit since that fateful 3rd inning. Now De La Cruz spraying the ball around, 6 straight balls. Ian Kroll begins to loosen the Braves bullpen. Got a question, and I ask because I truly don't know. How do the umpires decide what uniform top to wear? Is that like the starting pitcher picking the uniform for his team on any particular day? As this one's walloped to left, and it's going to be a line drive homer for Heisey.
Boy, is he a nice piece for them off the bench. He can really hit. Walk preceded the homer. Sinker that didn't sink.
So his second of 8 home runs this year have come against the Braves. And the Nationals extend their lead again. It's 6-3.
Back to your question, I don't know. Maybe they just say, what are we wearing today?
My point is, hot, muggy.
Well, they've got some light blue shirts that are probably real golf shirt like, that are real cool and light.
So wouldn't you think they'd wear those on a day game?
I would, yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know. Maybe John Holland or Fred Stone, who are watching down in the visitors clubhouse, could let us know.
Seems to me they wore those light blue ones first game of this series.
Chris Van Zandt, Ben Acree in the home clubhouse. Josh Hall too. Anybody who has an answer, let me know. I'm just curious. They've been out there without a break. Pirates don't get to head to the dugout. Bask in the sun or bake in the sun, whichever way you want to look at it. That one's out of play by Wilmer Defoe. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Joel's gotten through 5 innings. He got the first out here in the 6th, the walk and then the homer. And now Defoe fouls that off Recker, and that hurt. And it takes a lot to hurt Anthony Recker. That is a big, strong man.
Let's see where it got him. Foot. How many times do we see that? You know, they've got that flap on the shin guard, but so often it gets on the instep or misses the flap, gets him on the toe. Man.
To third. Adonis has it. And a toss across for the second out. 2 down. I'm surprised with all the technology we've seen introduced in the game, with the lightweight padding, all the improvements to catcher's gear, the mask that Tyler Flowers uses, for example, that the baseball shoe manufacturers haven't come up with a catcher specific shoe for that exact reason. I'm sure they're contact absorbing materials that could be worn to protect the instep, not just the catcher's gear itself, but actually something that would bend and breathe and provide some protection.
There might be, but you couldn't run in them. You'd have to, you know,
but I'm saying
run the bases.
If it's flexible enough, I would assume there's got to be something. And a line drive by Gio Gonzalez. The Nationals pitcher has a 2-hit day.
All right, make him run the bases then. That's what he wants to do.
And he'll have to wait a little longer out in the bright sunshine, as that's going to be the end of the line for Joel De La Cruz. He gave up 4 runs in the 3rd. He's surrendered 2 so far in the 6th. And Washington has Gio Gonzalez at first base with 2 outs.
On Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
pretty day for a drive. Two pretty ladies in front of a pretty vehicle. As we welcome you back inside Turner Field, where you can follow Braves baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablet. Ian Kroll's been a busy man. He'll come on and try to retire Trey Turner and the Nationals and turn things back over to the Braves bats. Atlanta trails now 6-3.
Fourth appearance during the homestand. 3 innings total, 3 hits, 1 earned run, a couple of walks, and 5 strikeouts.
So more heavy lifting for the Braves bullpen. July 17th, the last time a Braves starting pitcher got an out in the 7th inning. De La Cruz went 5 1/3, make that 5 2/3 today. Adonis at third. Got a big hop hill, flipped to first in time, and that retires the side. A 2-run homer by Chris Heisey extends the Nationals lead. They lead it 6-3. Sixth inning. It's time for today's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. It has been tough sledding indeed for the Atlanta Braves at Turner Field all year, and that has continued sadly on this homestand as well.
Yeah, those are pretty ugly numbers. The Twins and Nats have doubled up the Braves in runs scored, and that's what counts. Batting average with runners in scoring position, and the opponents have had a ton more opportunities. Braves pitchers have had to really work hard, and their ERA shows it, with twice as high an ERA.
Braves starters have given up 5 earned runs or more 6 times in the month of August. And as we said, it's been over a month since anyone's pitched into the 7th inning while starting a game. De La Cruz 6 earned runs in 5 2/3. Jeff Francoeur will lead off for Atlanta in the 6th. Jeff is 0 for 2.
Got another name to add to the list.
Yeah.
Gary Sheffield.
Oh, okay. So again, it's highest Turner Field batting average, 500 or more career at bats. We've said Chipper, Matt Diaz, Gary Sheffield, Brian McCann. Roller to the left side. Defoe with a high throw, got Jeff. 1 pitch, 1 out. Well, it'll be a killer for us if it's not a Brave.
I don't know how it could be. Even a National League East guy.
I mean, Bonds would have had 500 at bats here. David Wright wouldn't have had 500.
Rollins, Utley. I don't see how. 10 games a year max.
If you got 4 at bats in all those games, or maybe 5, you could. It'd be a stretch, but they could do it.
Yeah. And the question didn't say the highest Braves batting average.
Yeah, Gretchen's very persnickety about phrasing, and of course no hints are ever allowed. You automatically go and think, okay, it's got to be somebody that hit 300, right? So
Yeah.
you want to try to find somebody with a 295 plus career batting average. As that one's hammered down the left field line, that's fair for Anthony Recker. He turned on that baby nicely. And Recker stands at second. And he's got a 1-out double, and that's the first Braves hit since Gordon Beckham's 4th inning single.
Got something up. They gave him an opportunity to turn on it. He's so strong. It's inside the baseball through that big end. Anthony's done a nice job. He did a real good job on that strike 3 call to Harper. He called for that slider, that backdoor slider, and framed it a little bit. Pinched it a little bit to help Calamari call that. Nice job.
So here's Crash Peterson. He's walked and struck out. And down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Dusty Baker needs some innings out of Gio Gonzalez too. His bullpen's been worked a lot. Braves have made some late inning comebacks against the Nationals in this series. And I think as we enter the dog days, even for a team as good as Washington, they're not a perfect team. There is no such thing. And they do need to straighten out the guys who are trying to get the ball to Mark Melancon, who may or may not be available today. He's pitched in the first 3 games here in Atlanta. Ground ball towards second. And Murphy from a knee through low, and Zimmerman can't get it. That ball's going to bounce off the front of the Braves dugout. And the Nationals defensively have been absolutely offensive today. Murphy threw from a knee, threw it wildly at first. Zimmerman couldn't corral it, and the Braves are within 2 again. That's the 4th Nationals error of the day.
It's like he planted his right foot too soon. He hadn't quite gotten to it, so then he had to extend himself to get the glove over there. And when he did that, he's so off balance he couldn't get anything on the throw. Base hit, E4, no RBI.
So just like that, the Braves have the tying run in the batter's box. And Chase Darno's headed to the on-deck circle. Joe mentioned early in the series, one of the success stories for Washington this year has been how good they have been defensively. Their season high for errors coming into today's game for a single day's work was 2.
Is that right?
That's the most errors they had made in any game.
They'd made 3 by the 3rd inning today.
And now have their 4th. Good eye for Beckham, who snapped out of a long hitless drought with a base hit last time up.
I got to say too that on that throw from Murphy, Zimmerman didn't give him a whole lot of help. He just kind of threw his glove at it, trying to short hop and scoop it. And with a runner on base, that's not a real good thing to do.
it's safe to say that Ryan's still a work in progress over at first base.
At the very least, he needed to knock that down somehow, even at the expense of Peterson reaching, so that Recker couldn't score. Got a shot of Murphy there wearing the old flip down sunglasses. You don't see those too often anymore. Most everybody prefers to be styling these days.
Runner goes and the pitch popped up to center. Trey Turner backs up. Let's see if he can make a clean catch. He does this time. 2 outs, and d'Arnaud will hit for Kroll. Ian went a third of an inning, retired Trey Turner. And so with d'Arnaud up, Dusty Baker said that's enough for Gio Gonzalez. 113 pitches for the Nationals lefty. So Washington's bullpen will have to work overtime again. They'll try to protect a 6-4 lead. Commemorative bobblehead presented by Grady Hospital. The first 20,000 fans get a Chipper Jones 2000 All-Star Game bobblehead Saturday, September 10th, when the Braves take on, you guessed it, the Mets. That's a great day for a Chipper Jones bobblehead day. For more information, go to Braves.com/tickets.
That's what those guys were doing. They all want a bobblehead. They were checking out ticket availability and perhaps a scouting report on Yusmeiro Petit in his 30th game. High 80s, low 90s with a lot of off-speed stuff. Curveballs, changeups.
Yusmeiro Petit isn't. He's 6'1", 256 pounds. He's pitched for the Marlins, the Diamondbacks, and Bruce Bochy got a lot of great work out of him while spending parts of 4 seasons with the Giants.
I was just looking to see who might have the most at bats against him on the Braves roster, and it's no surprise Matt Kemp, 26 at bats. Probably a lot of times while with the Dodgers or Padres where Petit was brought in to pitch to Matt Kemp.
One ball, no strikes, and fouled away, according to the always entertaining Nationals media guide, Petit has established a reputation for having a durable arm and a penchant for strike throwing.
That's always a good asset for a major league pitcher. Good night last night for d'Arnaud. A couple of hits his last 2 times up. Drove in 3 runs, scored 1.
There's a happy fan. He's got his Bryce Harper jersey on. His favorite players hit a home run, and he got a souvenir here at Turner Field. Good for him. And a swing and a miss. The flipped first will retire the side. Braves, though, pick up another gift run. Washington with 4 errors. It's 6-4 now, heading to the 7th.
Is sponsored by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. The Georgia Lottery. And Synovus, the bank of here.
Braves trying to cool off the fans at Turner Field and the red-hot Washington Nationals. It's 6-4 as we've completed 6 innings. Third pitcher of the afternoon is flame-throwing Mauricio Cabrera.
25th game for the hard-throwing right-hander. He's been in just 2 games in this homestand. Once against Minnesota, 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits and a run, and walked a couple that outing. And against the Nationals 3 days ago, an inning with a hit and a walk and an unearned run.
So Espinosa, Murphy, and Harper are coming up. That's a good spot. Strike 1. Marlins 3, Pirates 2, bottom of the 8th inning. Miami trying to make life tough on the Pittsburghers.
Would that be a sweep?
Check. To right. And onto the warning track. Just enough room to retire Espinosa. It would be. Yep. Miami won 6-5, 3-1, and winning 3-2 today. Cole, Kuhl, and Vogelsong, the 3 starters for the Pirates. Kohler, Phelps, and Urena, the starters for Miami. 1 out for Murphy. Braves will have the top of the order starting the 7th. 6-4 Washington in front.
It's a fun inning. Espinosa, Murphy, and Harper against a guy throwing 100, and see what they can do with him.
St. Louis winning today. They're shutting out the Phillies. That's 5-0 in the 8th. Mike Leake, Vince Velasquez, the starters at the bank vault. Cardinals had an amazing streak that was snapped yesterday. They only hit 1 home run in their 4-2 loss to the Phillies. They did something before that, though, no National League team had ever done. They had 9 consecutive games with 2 or more home runs hit.
That's an amazing stat.
Should have been called a strike. Not on the swing, but it looked like it had the zone.
I thought so too.
A 1-out walk. And now Bryce Harper is coming up, and Harper is starting to heat up in the nick of time for the Nationals. In the 3rd inning, Bryce Harper unloaded with our Yellowwood bringing the Lumber replay.
Pitch up. Something he's been looking for, to fall away from the plate and yank and hit it right down the exit. Never got a tail of the tape, but it was a long one.
I think Anthony Recker was talking with Adam Hamari about the ball 3 call to Daniel Murphy. See if that pays dividends here with Harper. Right on by, strike 1.
405 feet, the truck tells me.
Really? It sounded a lot farther than that. Harper takes a little walk. Wonder if he tweaks something with that swing. He does not look very comfortable.
Bailed on it. Tried to pull it. Fastball away. Hurt something. Maybe his neck again. Two. I think it was on a swing before when he hurt himself and hurt his neck. And as violently as he swings, you can understand.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Harper is retired, and yep, he's grabbing that area between his right shoulder and the neck. Did you see that?
I did.
As soon as he let go of the bat, he reached up.
Another pitch up and away that he was trying to pull, and There it was.
We'll see if Harper continues. Cabrera strikes him out. Murphy at first with 2 away for Wilson Ramos. There are a lot of scouts here at the ballpark today checking out the Nationals. Still an opportunity to make some deals. One of them is Jack Powell, an area scout for the Minnesota Twins. Nice man who wants to wish his granddaughter Addison Holly a happy birthday. She's 6 years old today. Jack said his granddaughter wanted something special for her birthday. Instead of a foam tomahawk, he said, well, maybe I'll say hi. So there you go. Happy birthday, Addison. 1-1 pitch.
There's that breaking ball. That's a good one. That's been absent a little bit in recent outings for Mauricio.
Wind continues to blow out, looking off into the distance toward the north and northwest. Skies are dark. Looks like there's some rain out that way. Hopefully it'll stay away from here. Struck him out. A steady diet of 99 and then triple-digit heat from Mauricio Cabrera. So Washington fails to extend their lead. It's a 6-4 score. The Braves will get set for the 7th inning stretch. And as always on our home Sundays, the great tenor Timothy Miller makes his way to the center of the diamond, where this crowd will rise and admire his voice as he performs another tremendous rendition of God Bless America. Not too many of these opportunities left for Timothy here at Turner Field, so we'll sit back and enjoy with you.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my
Nats, bottom of the 7th. How about Cabrera throwing 101, 102 miles an hour? I want to go back to that at bat against Harper. Starting out on the outside corner. Fastball. That's some noise. Does it again, overmatching him. These are straight fastballs. This one's low at 102. Now there's a fight between Recker and Cabrera. Cabrera wants the sinker. He shakes. You can see Recker's not happy with this. I'm expecting a 96 mile an hour sinker with run. Here's what we got. 101 on the outside corner with run away from the left-handed hitter. Guys, that's incredible. Back to you.
Just like you used to do it, Paul. That's what I remember.
Minus 13 miles an hour, but yes, you're correct.
You know, Anthony, as I said, he could be a bodybuilder, and maybe will be if he isn't already. He's got a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger on the outside of his locker, one of his teammates put up. And guys in the locker room, being good-natured as they are, someone put Anthony's face on Schwarzenegger's body and said, "I dare you to shake me off." He's done a nice job. You have to give credit where credit's due. Anthony's bounced around a bit as a professional. As Dansby Swanson pops this one up toward Murphy at second, he says he's got it. And he does for the first out. And I would think that if Recker continues to do what he's doing now, if he hasn't already, he's getting some strong consideration for a roster spot with his Braves club next year. Won't know, but he's done nothing but impress.
I would assume the same.
Adonis Garcia has scored one of the 4 Braves runs. The Braves have 4 on 6 hits. And this one's hit to short. Espinosa. Zimmerman had to stretch.
Almost threw that one away.
But quickly 2 outs.
You know, that's something, if you want to go back a year, Andrelton Simmons had the great arm. We all knew he had a great arm, but he didn't try to throw it as hard as he could every time, and rarely, if ever, threw a ball away on a routine ball. Maybe count 2 or 3 in his Braves career. Very accurate for a strong arm, and that's not always the case.
Well, just like a starting pitcher who throws, or a pitcher of any sort for that matter, who throws 100 miles an hour but doesn't know where it's going. What good does that do you? Wouldn't it be something if you could take a snapshot in time and have a game where 2 great players, maybe from different eras, play together? Could you imagine a left side of the infield that had Vinny Castilla and Andrelton Simmons? And the accuracy of those throws?
Yeah. Just pin the glove to your chest.
We see Vinny out in Colorado. He looks like he could still play.
He does. Great shape. And always ask me to make sure I tell Bobby Cox hello. He loved Bobby, and like so many guys, felt he was the best manager that he ever played for.
You know, all those guys you talk to, another theme that comes out that you hear a lot, was like a second father to me. Amazing man. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Petit got ahead quickly, but now he's run it full. Nick would love to reach. Kemp lurking on deck. Rolled out toward Murphy at second, got the big hop, and Petit has a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 8th. 6-4. Nationals lead it. Fans, it's time for today's Greatness Made Here feature, brought to you by Synovus, the bank of here. Let's check out what's happening down in Gwinnett.
This is Rio Ruiz. What a night. That was a triple. This was a homer. This was another homer. What a night. Triple, 2 homers, 4 RBIs. He's taken the RBI lead in Gwinnett. Third baseman that came over in the deal for Evan Gattis from Houston. 273, 9 homers, 50 driven in, and really hot lately.
Keep it going, Rio.
Yeah.
And we bring those names up because September call-up time is 10 days away. Don't know who will be summoned from the minor leagues. We've seen a lot of the kids already. As Chaz Rowe goes to work for the Braves, 16th appearance. He'll face Zimmerman, who takes a strike. We have not forgotten about our trivia question. Today's Turner Field trivia was, who has the highest career batting average in this ballpark with a minimum of 500 at-bats? Driven to right. Francoeur retreats and makes the play. And there's the first out. Are you ready to answer the trivia?
Yeah, I've got my guy.
Okay. All right. So let's get the question back up so everybody at home can put the positive mojo out for the broadcasters in the booth.
Yeah, we really don't want to start 0-2. Even though these are tough questions.
Yeah. It's ridiculously hard.
Really hard. Ugh. Chan's got the list over there and he won't show me.
He's taunting us.
Yeah.
With it. So again, the question is, highest batting average at Turner Field, minimum 500 at bats. Who's your guy?
Hitting fool, Matt Diaz.
You're going to go Diaz. All right, I'm going to go Chipper Jones. Because if it's Chipper and we don't say Chipper, he'll never speak to us again. And of course, we were wrong. Omar Infante. An all-star, you know.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. Chipper was second.
So we get a trophy for finishing second.
Chipper only 1 point behind.
Really?
Yeah. Of course, Omar 550 at bats.
Yeah.
Chipper 3,888.
Yes. Good point.
1 point behind him.
But you know what? If we look inside the 2 trivia questions, do you detect the trend? 2 questions, 2 middle infielders. The answer.
Well, I don't know what the next question will be, but I'm going to go with Walt Weiss.
Walt Weiss.
Well, there it is,
Yep.
folks.
Just rub it in.
It's kind of like the medal standings. We haven't medaled yet. Matt Diaz was 4th. Matt Diaz with a 310 average. Andres Galarraga in between Chipper and Matty.
You know what, though, for us to get 2 of the top 4,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I'll give you the top 10 now that there's a strikeout. Infante, Jones, Galarraga, Diaz, Martin Prado 5th. Then for Call, Renteria, Julio Franco, Javi Lopez, and Yunel Escobar. And our pal Brian Jordan was 11th with a 290 mark here at home.
Amazing.
Okay, I mentioned Sheffield. He was 12th. Brian McCann is 20th. And a guy we're going to see in Arizona was 25th, Michael Bourne.
That's right. Michael's with the D-backs. Wind has started to shift and it's begun to cool off. Means a front is coming.
Freddie Freeman 14th. And that average is 288.
Two and 0 for Wilmer Defoe. Bouncing ball to second. Gordon's got it. And Chaz Rowe works a 1-2-3. Top of the 8th inning. Braves were down only 2 runs. 6-4 your score. And we invite you to join us for the final home game against the Detroit Tigers Sunday, October 2nd. If you do so, you can get any other 2016 game for up to 60% off the gate price. Get your seats for the final celebration here at Turner Field fast at Braves.com/final game today. Keep doing that. She liked it a lot, I can tell. Matt Kemp will lead off. That's 1 for 3. And takes inside from Petit. It's a guess, and it's only a guess, that Mark Melancon may not be available for Dusty Baker. And Petit, who has a long resume of starting games, might be able to pitch more than 2 full innings today, as that one's off the screen foul. And it's 1-1. Temperature at the ballpark feels like it's dropped about 10 degrees in about 10 minutes.
It sure does.
As we look off into the distance at the Peachtree Plaza Hotel, lots of rain that way. Lights are not on yet. Swing and a fly ball hit high toward left. High is he back as far as he can go. Won't get it. Matt Kemp hits it a home run, and we've got a 1-run game.
Looked like he got a hanging breaking ball. I'm not sure, but boy, his bat stayed in the zone a long time. Yeah, that was just a spinner, and Matt was all over it.
So the Never Say Die Braves, who were down 6-3, are now down 6-5. That's fouled away. Quickly 0-2 for Jeff. Dusty Baker pacing. Mike Maddox talking.
Yeah, these last 3 games have been anything but easy ones for Dusty. He brought in Melancon in the game 1 of the series, and they won 8-2, which was kind of an odd time for him to come in. And maybe he wished he hadn't now.
Bouncing ball up the middle, and Jeff Francoeur has a hit. Braves now have more hits than the Nationals. They lead in that category 8-7.
Well, he had a good pitch there. Slider that was off the plate. Jeff must have been looking for that. That wasn't even a strike. Good reach.
And now a light rain has begun to fall.
And looking downtown, you can barely see the skyscrapers. It's raining harder over there and coming this way.
Anthony's had a good day at the plate. He's walked, doubled, and scored. Recker pops up a bunt. Petit overran it. Throw to first high. Threw it away and into the seats. Remember, up in Washington, Petit had some fielding adventures that led to a 4-run ninth up at Nationals Park.
Boy, that's a good pull right there, Chip, because Dusty Baker was so upset with him when he tried to field a ball and throw to third when he had a forced play in Washington. Great job by Recker there to get the bunt down, and then Petit, in his haste, he was looking at third, but then the ball had some spin on it and jumped right back between his legs.
So it's a sacrifice and an error on the pitcher. 5 errors by the Nationals today. And with nobody out, they're going to walk Jace Peterson. Gordon Beckham's in the on-deck circle in a steady downpour at Turner Field.
Be alive if you're Jeff Francoeur. He may sail one to the backstop with his hands wet.
So there's ball 4. They're loaded. And here comes Beckham. This might be a redeemer for Gordon.
Yeah, second time today he's been up there with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. Struck out in this situation in the second.
Braves Live presented by Xfinity will follow us. And now Dusty Baker is going to come out with the bases loaded. He's going to bring out his lineup card and make a double switch. This accomplishes a couple of things. One, he gets the change, but it looks like we're going to have a rain delay. That's exactly what's going to happen. So Tom Hallion calls for the tarp as this heavy downpour has begun in the Atlanta 8th. The Braves, though, are in business. Bases loaded, nobody out. And it's a 6-5 game. The Matt Kemp homer got things started. A steady one. And so Ed Mangan and the grounds crew got the infield covered up. Looks to be in pretty good shape. And speaking of being in good shape, that's exactly what the Braves are today. They'll have the bases loaded with nobody out in the 8th inning, down only 1 run to the Eastern Division leading Nationals. So we will have a bit of a delay before we head out on the road. A 2-city trip out west to Arizona and San Francisco.
Boy, look at that team ERA for the Snakes. 5.09. That's the worst in baseball. Their home record, second worst, only to the Braves. They've really struggled in that category. And then you look at the Giants, and they were coasting going into the All-Star break, and it has been really tough on them since.
Yeah, the Giants had a 6.5 game lead, I believe, at the All-Star break, and now they're in a real neck-and-neck race with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So that'll be a fun trip, I think, but also It's very light, however. As Blake Trinan takes the mound, let's take a peek at the game summary. Again, it's all there for the taking for the Braves. Bases loaded, nobody out, and down a run.
Yeah, it was Matt Kemp's home run leading off the 8th inning here that kind of got the Braves offense kicked into gear. Nick Markakis, his first start at first base since 2014, has a 2-run hit. Harper and Heisey both with home runs for the Nationals, but the Braves had a bases loaded 1-out opportunity in the 2nd inning and did not score. Now they've got bases loaded, nobody out, with a chance to not only tie the game but to take the lead. Anthony Rendon will come in at third base on the double switch and bat 9th, and the pitcher is Blake Trinan, who has pitched in 2 straight games, albeit less than an inning on each occasion.
Field looks to be in pretty good shape. The infield certainly. Question marks abound behind the shortstop spot and shallow right field. There is still a lot of standing water in right field. That's where Bryce Harper plays. And you can see the tire tracks from the tractors that are used to move the tarp back in position down the right field line. A lot of standing water and started to dissipate in shallow left and left center, so keep that in mind. If the outfielder or infielder has to make a play, the footing's going to be treacherous. A ball hit that way might just flat out stop and get stuck.
Got Ender Inciarte out on deck. He did not start today. Brian Snitker also has Freddie Freeman to use where he chooses, as he did not start today.
So Gordon Beckham will be the man getting things started against Blake Trinan.
Hard thrower, upper 90s for Trinan with a slider.
Ground ball hit to short. There's one. There's two. Jeff Francoeur scores the tying run, and it's 6-6. No RBI, the penalty for the double play. And moving to third is Anthony Recker, but now there are 2 outs. So will be Inciarte. And the rain is coming down hard again.
Well, there's a front that's and another bunch of clouds just off to the west that headed this way, so it'd be imperative for the Braves to get this lead, get 3 outs in the 9th, and go home. Actually, go to Phoenix. Fortunately, they've been able to turn the lights on.
Dusty Baker will take the bat out of the hands of Ender Inciarte. He'll go with the righty-righty matchup with the rookie Dansby Swanson. 2 runs across in the 8th inning, as our score knotted 6 apiece. Well, it's been a week of firsts for the Braves rookie. Dansby Swanson, first hits, first strikeouts, first defensive chance, first error. Dansby scored a run already. In fact, he scored another one today. How about his first RBI? This would be a perfect time for it. Inciarte is going to stand at second base.
Dansby did not face him in either of his 2 prior appearances in this series.
How about that take? He didn't even flinch on a ball that was inside at 96 miles an hour. That's pretty impressive.
Right back through the middle. Scores 2.
Chop towards short. Braves and the bases loaded with 1 out and settle for a tie. We go to the 9th. Braves have battled back to earn a tie at 6-6 after 8. Long rain delay interrupted the Braves' 8th inning rally, and Ender Inciarte will remain in the game. He's in center field. Jace Peterson moves from center to second, and now Jim Johnson, the Chief, is on to pitch with Rendon, Turner, and Espinosa lurking.
Jim gave up a run in the 9th inning and unfortunately took a loss a couple of nights ago in a similar situation, tie ball game. Gave up a couple of hits and a walk and a run. 2-6 on the year, 3.57 ERA. Really good work and good success as the closer since he came back from the disabled list and when Arodys Vizcaíno went on the DL.
Well, you hope this battle of the bullpens favors the Braves. The Nationals pen has given up 10 runs in this series, including 3 more in today's game. Jim Johnson versus Anthony Rendon, who's batting .273 with 15 homers. Rendon coming off a 4-for-5 3-run night.
Had been 1 for 7 in the series before last night. In fact, at one point was 1 for 8 and 4 straight hits.
High fly ball left. Kemp is on the run. It's going to tail over to Ender Inciarte in left center, and there's the first out of the inning. Rendon got under it and is retired. 1 out. Knock on wood, Trey Turner's been held in check today. He's 0 for 3. How about that separation? 93 to 79 miles an hour and 2 quick strikes.
And throwing strikes.
Did he go?
He shouldn't have needed to. That pitch was a strike. Good breaking ball at the bottom of the zone.
Wow, you're right. So some extra work for Jim here. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh. And that's a good eye from Turner.
Ow. That's going to slow him down, you figure.
Step.
Strike 4 called, and Turner's retired. And 2 are out.
Good fastball. Came back to the outside corner.
Danny Espinosa. He's 0 for 3. He's been hit by a pitch. He's committed a couple of errors. But he's also hit 18 home runs, and the wind is blowing very briskly toward right.
Fastballs today from Jim. He's getting after him and getting ahead in the count.
First baseman Nick Markakis hugging the line. And if you're just joining us, Nick getting his first start at first for the Braves. Off day for Freddie Freeman. Pitch inside, 2-2. Murphy is next. I'd rather see him in September. That's popped out of play, and Espinosa gets another swing.
Yeah, next time we see Murphy at the plate should be in Nationals Park right after Labor Day.
Another pop. This one by the on deck circle. Washington got 4 in the third. Gio Gonzalez gave 3 of them back. A couple of defensive lapses cost him dearly. They led 6-3, 6-4. Braves got 2 in the 8th to tie it 6-6. That's cut on and missed. The ball gets away from Recker. Espinosa down the line is going to reach safely on a strikeout, and I'm assuming pass ball. And that's exactly what the scoring decision will be.
Busted him in. And Anthony just set up away. Had the ball come inside, he thought he had it. A late start to go get it because he thought he had it in the web. So Murphy will hit.
So a perfect example of Murphy's Law.
Yes.
Got to face this guy in a tie game with a gift runner at first. Strike one. In the ninth, the Braves will have Garcia, Markakis, and Kemp coming up.
Jim's done a great job this inning of getting ahead in the count. Does it again with the league's leading hitter.
Swing and a miss. That takes care of Murphy, and Jim Johnson strikes out 3 men. Bottom of the ninth inning, a chance for the Braves to walk off. We're tied at 6. A commemorative bobblehead presented by Grady Hospital. The first 20,000 fans get a Chipper Jones 2000 All-Star Game bobblehead Saturday, September 10th when the Mets are in town. Find out more at Braves.com/tickets. Well, can the Braves complete the comeback? Those young ladies hope so. And you've got the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. The inning starts with Adonis Garcia.
With the lights on and the clouds clearing a little bit, a little brighter here at the ballpark, might be a little easier to see. Good idea by Adonis. Make him throw you a strike to get the inning started.
2-1. Miami did beat the Pirates 3-2. Dodgers beat the Reds 4-zip. Cardinals shut out the Phillies 9-0 today. Mets and Giants play tonight. Padres 2, Arizona 0. That game's in the bottom of the 5th inning out at the park that shall not hear its name. Rockies 10-1 over the Cubs. That game's in the 5th over at Coors.
Rockies got 7 in the first off Jason Hamill.
And Hamill had been on an amazing roll. Hamill 6-0, a 2.25 ERA since the All-Star break. But he's not the first, nor will he be the last pitcher to run into trouble in Denver, Colorado.
Actual shadows now on the field from the players and from the grandstand.
Strike 3. High strike, but it was in the zone. Garcia's retired.
Slider that kind of froze him because he threw it at him. Like it was going to be inside. It wasn't.
Not sure if that's the pitch that Dizzy Dean had in mind when he said it once slud. But it was an effective pitch, and here's Markakis with 1 out. Nick doubled home 2 in the 3-run Braves 3rd inning. He's done a nice job at first base. Hardly noticed that he'd seldom played over there.
Been tested a couple of times.
Freddie Freeman's last day off was April 14th, 114 games ago. And he's spectating now with 1 out in the 9th. Up the middle. Nice pick. And a perfect throw and stretch by Zimmerman. Gorgeous play by Daniel Murphy. That took away a hit for Markakis, and that's a big second out.
Not known for his defense, really. Daniel Murphy made a heck of a play there. Nice stretch by Zimmerman.
A 2-hit game for Matt Kemp, including an 8th inning homer. It's been a while for Matt in the walk-off homer department.
Kind of hope that Trinan falls behind in the count, then makes a mistake either with his fastball or maybe a hanging slider. But so far he's been like Jim Johnson. He's getting ahead, forcing the hitters to swing at his pitches. He did a great job of getting out of that bases loaded, nobody out jam by giving up 1 run.
And Kemp is down on strikes. And we are headed for free baseball. 6-6 is your score after 9.
all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
6-6 is your score. The Braves have hit the Nationals. 5 errors, believe it or not, for the Nats. Most errors they've had in the game since the 2011 season. Jose Ramirez will come on and pitch. He's the 5th Atlanta reliever who's worked for Brian Snitker today.
Looking for his first big league win. Maybe he could pick that up here. Hoping to have a good inning. Bryce Harper with a long home run off De La Cruz in the 3rd inning earlier today. Back down the ramp.
And he'll see some more heat this time in the 10th inning. Harper, Ramos, and Zimmerman.
Remember, he was kind of holding his neck after he struck out his last time up.
Nice crowd today of 25,341. And the 0-1 pitch.
One thing in mind for Mr. Harper right here. And you will oblige him by throwing anything middle in, especially down.
That's foul left side. Grounded through the right side, and look at the rooster tail of water as that ball makes its way to Jeff Francoeur. So Bryce Harper leads off the 10th inning with a clean single, his 2nd hit of the game.
Good turn on the ball there, but that's what he's been doing, is trying to get something to pull. That time he happened to roll over it, but hit it a little sharper.
Wilson Ramos 1 for 4. That hit came in the 3rd inning. And you do have to keep an eye on Bryce Harper. He's stolen 16 bases. Unlike last night, if he gets a good jump, this would be an appropriate time for him to try to go. Ramos late and down the strike.
Yeah, even he was trying to pull there. He was trying to start a little early on Ramirez.
One and two.
See, that's where some of these waste pitches, if you want to call them that, for these young guys, it kind of comes to the forefront. That was an 0-2 count. Target was away, and it missed over the plate and in.
Dusty Baker trying to get out of town with a sweep of the series. And win number 74 on the campaign. Harper the go-ahead run. He's at first. Nobody out. 10th inning. And that's headed for the seats. Struck him out. Ramos swung at the ball off the plate.
Boy, that ball had some good life to it. Up and in, tied him up, no chance.
Ryan Zimmerman has singled, walked, and scored. He's also flied out to right twice. Takes a slider for a strike.
It's 4 straight outs by strikeout. Just that one of them reached on a pass ball, the 5th pass ball by Atlanta in this series. In the homestand, excuse me.
Check swing out of play. And 0-2.
Getting ahead in the count has put a little bit of a dent into any thoughts Dusty might have in running. Kind of hard to run 0-2, 1-2 when they might pitch out. So Harper still camped out at first. That's a little better lead than he's had.
One and 2. Kansas City won today. That's 8 in a row for the Royals. And Yost's club trying to finish strong. 6 weeks left. They're still alive. Pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Seattle's beating Milwaukee 6-3. The Mariners are having a great August. They're a game out in the wild card chase.
I heard something last night that they'd won 25 of their last 35 at home, something like that.
Really?
Yeah, they've gone really on a good streak at home.
They're only 6 behind Texas in the divisional race out west. Harper's going this time, and a swing and a miss. Reckers throws Sales, and Harper's in safely with a stolen base. 2 are out. So Zimmerman tried to protect Harper and did, but that cost him strike 3. And now Heinze the hitter with Bryce in scoring position.
Tell you what, Harper's got some real good fundamentals in that crossover step, real explosive, taking off out of the blocks. Breaking ball and a tough pitch to handle for Recker to try to throw him out.
2 hits for Heinze today, including a home run. And Ramirez want to make sure they're on the same page. And I think we're all guilty of forgetting how young Bryce Harper is. It seems like he's been in the big leagues a long time. But more than that, as you said earlier in the series, he used to be a catcher. He certainly doesn't run like a former catcher, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Kelly will be next out of the Nationals bullpen.
No sign of Melanson. Good pitch.
Was a good pitch, even count.
Chaz Rowe had another good inning tonight, this afternoon. 3 up and 3 down inning with a strikeout.
He's even fidgety when he's not pitching. Sharply hit out to second, and Jace has it. His throw first in time, and Ramirez a nice bit of pitching. He gave up a leadoff hit, but 2 strikeouts and a ground out sends us to the home 10th. Jeff Francoeur will get things started. Recker and Peterson to follow. Another chance for the Braves to win it in their last at bat. A foot for the Nationals as Braves trying to tomahawk chop their way to a second win against Washington this year. Clint Robinson moves into Ryan Zimmerman's place at first base. He'll lead off the 11th if we get there. Sean Kelly is the next Nationals pitcher. He's their 3rd reliever. And they'll have Francoeur, Recker, and Peterson coming up.
Excellent ERA. Excellent strikeout to walk, or excuse me, to walk ratio, and in innings pitched as well. Outstanding. 8 to 68 on the walks and strikeouts. A lot of sliders. More sliders than fastballs.
Francoeur has a hit and run. In fact, he scored run number 6. And Robinson just checks into the game, and the first pitch is a pop out at first. 1 out. Gotta wonder about Washington. 9 days in their 20 days without a break stretch. The trip to Colorado, Atlanta, had the Braves up in Washington when it was so blistering hot. Hot weather's going to greet them in the Beltway Series with the Orioles for 4 straight games. And Atlanta's tagged them for 10 runs in the first 4 games of this series.
Yeah, their bullpen too has got to be on fumes. One ball, 1 strike. I think we're seeing 2 in the case of
Washington, something we saw with the Braves, and it's the Coors Field effect, not necessarily what happened there, but the after effect of that. Washington's pen had to work 16 1/3 innings in Denver, and that's before they got to Atlanta, where it's been hot and muggy, and the Braves have made several comebacks in this series.
Yeah, I think that's a good point in terms of the late inning rallies that Atlanta's put together against them.
And it's been so nerve-wracking. Oliver Perez has prematurely grayed. Good take, full count. Jace Peterson's due third in the inning. To short. Tricky hop. Espinosa handles and gets his man by a step. Recco gets down the line in good shape for a catcher. And that was a pretty close play, but 2 outs. Jace Peterson has reached 3 times. He's walked twice. He's got an infield hit. He has a strikeout. He's got a cut on his nose. And he's got a highlight reel catch on a day that saw him make his first ever start in center field as a major league player.
Yeah, believe it or not, that was today. Right? John Gant, just up from the minor leagues from his rehab assignments, is loosening up. Tyler Flowers is out on deck.
Two and two for Jace Peterson. And no play for Rendon.
Braves bullpen's done a good job today after coming in a relief of De La Cruz, who gave up all 6 runs. Kroll, Cabrera, Rowe, Johnson, Ramirez. 4 1/3 innings of 1 hit, 1 walk, 8 strikeout ball.
Jace Peterson will see a 7th pitch. And here it is. Swing and a high fly ball deep right. Harper back as far as he can go. It's out of here. A walk-off winner for Jace Peterson. Slammed into the wall early. He just hit one over the wall late to send the Braves on the road with a 7-6 walk-off win in the 10th.
Kelly knew it. Slider that didn't do anything except stay at the letters. And a no doubter. He deserved that today for the punishment he took.
So the Braves cash in another run on the Washington bullpen today. That's 4 of the 7 they scored, and win it in 10 innings by a final score of 7-6. Jose Ramirez is the winning pitcher for Atlanta. Sean Kelly takes the loss, and a milestone for Ramirez as well, his first in the big leagues. One away to wrap up the homestand.
Hey,
Jace Peterson walks it off with a solo home run. Let's send it downstairs to Paul Berg.
Well, guys, I'm having trouble tracking him down right now. Get over here, man. Wow, guys, incredible stuff, man. I got to tell you, you got maybe a broken nose. You got dirt all over your neck. First start in center field. Talk to us about that.
You know, we needed this game. Got to be out there in center field and run around a little bit, and it was fun. You know, I mean, just looking for a good pitch to hit right there, and he hung a slider, and I was able to get the barrel to it.
Talk about this team. They always seem to fight back, never quit, no matter what happens. You guys fall behind early and find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we know we're a long ways out of it, but at the end of the day, we still got to show up and do our job, and that's to play baseball and try to get wins. So I think everybody's mentality in this clubhouse is tough. Everybody wants to play hard. Everybody does play hard, and you know we've came short on the winning end of things, but we're going to continue to fight, continue to play.
Man, way to hit the ball, way to run into center field. His little girl's watching, baby girl sitting in the crowd watching. Great job today. Great Braves win. Back to you, Chip.
Jace Peterson got revenge on the fence here at Turner Field, wouldn't you say, Joe?
I would say,
Yeah.
yeah.
A country mile into the stands in right, and in 10 innings, the Braves walk off with a 7-6 victory.